Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Sorry about that. I messed something up. I decided to once again have a computer crash immediately as soon as I decided to hop on this morning. Anyway, without further ado, good morning, guys. Hopefully everybody's doing well this morning. I think MIA is somewhere hanging out in the back. Gonna come blow up NVDA for you. Randy Stogner, good morning.
What's up?
Good morning, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good.
Let me get a one in the chat. Everything sounds good. Everything looks good. Everything's kosher. Blessed by a rabbi. So, I mean, obviously, I don't even need to ask or beat around the bush. What do you think? What the hell's going on?
NVIDIA to the moon.
NVIDIA to the moon.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, just a light 29%. That's it? Good morning, Miss Hammond.
190 billion added to the market cap overnight.
Oh, so literally only $100 on a $299 close or bottom yesterday. Now we're at 393 with a top of 399.50. 69,420.
Well, we've talked about NVIDIA since the beginning of this AI craze, and we've said time and time again that NVIDIA was the biggest winner out of all this AI shit, and they proved it last night. The best business model, I've used Google as an example of how are they going to make money off of AI, off of this kind of AI, off of large model languages or whatever the hell they call them.
Right.
So in NVIDIA's earnings, they mentioned that there's $1 trillion worth of upgrades that need to happen throughout these data centers. And you made a great point this morning, because my first point was, okay, that's $1 trillion that needs to be spent, but at the same time, these other companies that are going to benefit from it have to spend that money, Meta, Google, stuff like that. But you made a great point that, first off, those companies, most of them are flush with cash, so spending on something that's worthwhile isn't really an issue. And then number two, you have the strength of what it does to those companies in the long term. Now you have fully upgraded systems ready to usher in Terminator 3. So
right. GTA is bringing up a good point. I threw it up on the stream right in front of my face. It 420 again. I was buying calls yesterday to the 415, 417 area. I will say that it's more likely to me that we go 417. That seems safer. But yeah, I mean, you got to think that if you get some decent run today, and like I was trying to, I guess MIA helped me earlier to kind of get out what I was trying to, what's in my head, I'm trying to get out. If Apple right now starts moving off the bottom, we're fucking gone, bud. Like, if Apple and Amazon right now that haven't moved, and Netflix is also down 1%, which it was trading pretty well yesterday. Granted, everything is way too fucking high right now. But I mean, you see Meta up about 1.5%. You see Google up 3.5%. Google, Microsoft, AMD, and NVIDIA right now have been the continued movers. My curiosity is, I think that it's probably going to go, and it seems like everybody's going to probably want to go short NVIDIA. I don't know that it's done. People are talking about $1,000 price targets and all crazy shit on Reddit. I'm going to go and assume that we get something along the lines of some kind of a stagnant and NVIDIA and AMD. I think that it's going to go and probably put us in a situation where it makes us feel like, oh, it's going to run, but then it kind of just trickles against itself back to maybe 290. Even the 270 area, I think, is a possibility. I don't see it happening like just a flash kind of thing. I think there is enough buying under NVIDIA right now that we could definitely go and continue to see that thing at least stay stagnant. SQs, I do believe, are going to probably go and come back in a little bit, just because of obviously the amount of green in the market today. But MIA did point something out that kind of just doesn't really, probably Randy could help me out, or someone else. Why is the NASDAQ, or why is the Dow falling against us? Because that's an indicator that I don't like. That's an indicator I do not like coming back against me here. But the fact that we were doing the same thing earlier yesterday where we had the SPY, I think coming against the Dow ran, and then the SPY just didn't do shit. So
Dow's come back. The Dow's still in the red, but not much now.
I still want to go and say that we have, I mean, Intel right now is getting fucking throttled.
Yeah, and semis are up across the board with the exception of Intel, and Intel is the only semiconductor play in the Dow Jones.
Yep. So I would honestly, if you're looking at Intel and you've been buying Intel, don't question it. Don't question your investment. I don't think Intel has gone and
well, and you gotta look at this too. You gotta look at the S&P and the NASDAQ are both weighted by your market cap. So if NVIDIA gains 200 billion in market cap, that's
fine.
Pumps S&P. That pumps it. You know what I mean? The Dow Jones isn't based on market cap. And not that NVIDIA is in the Dow Jones, but Dow Jones, the heavier weight is the actual price of the stock. It doesn't matter what the company's worth; it's the actual price of the stock. So that's why it fluctuates between. United Health is pretty much always the number one weighted stock in there because it's 480, 470, whatever. Then it kind of fluctuates after that.
That makes sense. This max pain for today on the SPY is 412 that I see. Put to call ratio is 0.7 today and 2 tomorrow. So a lot of people think that this probably goes north today and south tomorrow. I would wonder if they inverse those, because they have a put to call ratio of 0.78 with most of the calls up to 414 and 417. Currently, those are the areas that we're out. I think they're going to try to bait you 420 GTA. They'll let it go 417, 416, something like that. But I'm looking for a hold over the 413, 411.50 area. But I mean, we could genuinely just go. we could go and use these like what, the 1409 area and the 13.7 and use this as support. We already did here. I mean, I think that if anything starts moving, and I think that Meta is going to be one of those that does continue, I think that the market goes and continues. When we do start seeing some resistance and shit, then I'll go and obviously look the other way. And I'm definitely going to be looking the other way into tomorrow for the overall news and stuff like that. We have PBE, PPI, XRPP. We've got it all, dude. You know, so we've got a lot of different catalysts to the downside. But the one thing that we can't ignore, I think, which is the big elephant in the room, correct me if I'm wrong, is obviously the debt ceiling that has the ability to get dropped on us on the weekend. I've already seen a couple of accounts of McCarthy going and saying, "Hey, we're gonna go." Or we're gonna go and
I'm
hold
looking
it.
right now. You got some people reporting that they're closer to a deal than
Right.
ever, and then you got, well, no, he said they go home over the weekend, so they're not.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be one of those that we've done this before, I think. And it seems like I keep going through this problem where I have like this deja vu moment. It's like, oh, okay, I remember what happens next. Almost as if we're reliving a timeline. But it's almost oddly similar. And I'm just waiting for when it doesn't happen the way that it appeared to happen the last time, or the deja, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we've watched this before. We've watched them go and run semiconductors, and then it end up not working out 100% swimming for everybody else because they did the same thing where they let semiconductors run. What was that? A couple months ago, and then you never saw the SPY move. So that's why we ended up going and coming back and seeing that like south of 400 and stuff like that. I thought that was and it was off Biden news. I'm looking at the debt ceiling thinking you might be in a place where political reasons might go and keep this doing fun things.
Well, there could be something that Republicans are trying to cut out that pertains to the CHIPS Act. There's always that. There could be some funding, and Intel was getting a lot of that money, so maybe they're not now. Who knows?
No, they're probably looking. I mean, if Intel was supposed to be getting that money, that's very interesting. But that 345 area on NVIDIA, I think is a likelihood at some point. But if you're playing, I don't suggest that people play with like NVIDIA and things to the downside too much. If you think you're going to get anything, pay the money to go and stay close. Don't go, what's going on, Bird? Don't go double top at 420 again, then take Vaseline. Well, I think you're kind of right there, but I also think that 420 might not be even close. I think that might be shy or like well short of where they're trying to take this. If you look back far enough on the daily, you can find 422 and 426. And those could also be rejections of highs. I'm concerned that they will go and do that side of the 420 area next week, because I think that they're going to go and allow it to use the fact that we have Monday as a holiday, so the market's not open. There is no trading on Monday, guys. The fact that we're about to get a huge catalyst in the market, one way or the other. How's the Euro markets? Yeah, Bert, if you have the Euro markets, that would be very interesting to see how they performed with NVIDIA and all this shit doing it.
Yeah, Bertie, while you're here, good morning, my friend. Interesting developments out of Germany. CNBC labeling what Germany's in as an official recession due to two negative GDP quarters in a row.
No.
The same metric, Bertie, if you remember that when we had two negative quarters of GDP, we were told, well, you know, it's not really a recession per se, even though every recession, you know, for the last 70 years has been judged by this metric.
Right, it's not a
We're
problem.
not going to judge ours by that.
Right.
But as soon as the Germans have it, we'll point the finger. Look what's going on over there, guys.
Hey, yeah, right. Hey, Germany, have you guys been to Germany lately? Go Google Germany real quick. Like, it immediately seems like the overall narrative is coming out, and that's why I am not short right this moment, sentiment wise. Like, in my head, I am not short anything in the next 2 days. I think.
Oh, also, the word on the street is that Mort the Yellen is full of shit with this January 1st date. There's absolutely no data to back it up that anything will happen on June 1st if this isn't done.
June 1st or January?
The dates range. June.
Okay.
June. She keeps saying June 1st, the world's going to fucking end if we don't pass a debt ceiling.
Yeah, she's playing
Every analyst has put out different dates between June 3rd all the way up to June 20th, you know, saying that nothing's going to happen there. And then the other point is they can't do shit about it because everything's set up. So think of it on a small scale basis, but then go big. Think of it like this, Enzo. Your gym membership is due on the 15th next month. They're going to get that money from you one way or another.
You bet your ass.
You know what I mean? If that money's in your account, they're going to take it. They're not going to check with you. They're not going to say, well, so the money's going to get taken out because
Absolutely.
We're that stupid. You would think that that a federal debt system was set up a little bit more sophisticatedly, but it's not.
No.
And that came right out of their mouth. So it's automated. We don't really know what we're going to do. Yeah, welcome to our world. Try canceling that gym membership, you fuck.
Right.
Tell me how much problems you have.
Well, they're going to tell you to come into the gym, obviously. Yeah. They're going to tell you that you have to, yeah. No, I completely understand. You have to do it in person, or we can send you a letter in the mail that'll...
Not even in person. I had to send regular mail certified to California.
Oh,
to get out of my gym
you had that eSport 24-hour fitness zone.
No, it was, I forget what it was at the time. LA Fitness, maybe. But it is eSport and now the place. So maybe they bought LA Fitness? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. No, I'm looking for I think that obviously NVIDIA has to be coming back eventually, but I don't know that this doesn't happen a lot like the Activision acquisition where it just kind of hangs above a certain level. I think if you're going to look anywhere to short it, look out in time. Give yourself some time with NVIDIA to go and see if it'll pull back. But I mean, if this thing goes, I think that there's a very...
No, because NVIDIA's not just running, it's running on great earnings plus great expectations. So it's not like it was a one-time event like, hey, we crushed earnings, now from here, whatever. Like, it was really the guidance that pushed them over the top. So I'm telling you, I think we see it top 400 before we see
I agree.
Start coming back down.
Right, that's what I was saying. I'm getting ready to say, I think you were completely right with that. I think going over the 400 mark is going to easily, it should easily happen. It shouldn't be. There's a lot of very, very good buying and a lot of the market right now that likes the upside. And if we go and get the debt ceiling passed early, I think that goes and is just more of a catalyst. So I think the 422, 426 areas are more likely than they are unlikely. But I think that we also have to understand that if we go and do anything in the next couple of days that that this market does not like or likes too much. Were you holding calls on the video? Yeah, I was, Birdie. Not too many. I have like several. I have a shitload of shares of NVIDIA, but no, I don't. I don't have a huge position, but yeah, I was holding calls. I have 1 or 2 puts that were into like the 280 area. But I had, I think 2 to 1, 2 to 1 calls. Like button. Yeah, no, Arctic, if you haven't seen that one, you got to smash your lips right on it. You just got to like hit it with your lips. I think that if you're looking for some hold here, I'm going to look for about this 4. The first place I'm looking is right here at this 413.66 area. There's a little gap there. There's also a pullback to about 412.80, and I think that 412.80 is more likely. And if I can go and get, yeah, it's this gap right here, but let's go and get rid of this. But it's going, what I'm looking for is right here. Is very interesting to me, so I'm gonna go and obviously look at that and see if we can't go and find. Nope, that's not what I wanted at all. This area right here, 412.70, but if it goes and starts to hold this 1360 for 1463 area, I'm gonna immediately go and think that that's gonna hold. It's trying to do VWAP right now. Meta's going up and getting rejected. Look for these things to pull back right back into their recent highs and have some sentiment to, oh, you're getting some news that might be coming out saying, oh, well, here comes. I don't see us going red in the market today. So if we do, we might get that leak down back into that 411 that we've been playing with. Good luck, everyone else. What's up, Grim? How's everything? But yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of running a dangerous game here. I think we're going and continuing to pump a market that might not be 100% good yet, but hey, the tax write-off, baby. I had those we were calling out yesterday, the Mara 9 calls. Those are going to be up significantly. Mara's up, I think, a percent or so. The reason I don't think I went, I don't think I mentioned my my NVIDIA. I think I did go and say something about it, but I don't know that I went and said my position at the 305 calls. I don't know that I said it, so it's not really that relevant. SPY 417s, I'm going to go and look at. I don't know if they're going to go. I think they'll probably make it green considering that SPY is up 1%. But I'm going to be looking to get out of those very, very quickly and repositioning my money. If I do get the dip into 413, 412, I'm going to go and assume that I can get that. So I'd rather sell up here, even if it is right at even or just above even. Considering I think that those will be way green, I think that we're more than likely going to have some kind of pullback into this morning's market. So we have less than a minute, guys. Keep your eyes on your portfolios. And
eyes on your own papers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Yeah. Also, Fun coupons go burr in the market. So we're going to be looking at SPYs on a daily perspective. We also had the, yeah, we're going to be looking at a couple different things here. So I just got there goes Meta. I just went and got out of my fill. NVIDIA is tanking. It's down to 380. Oh my God, that's a shitload of money. Oh my God. I don't know how the fuck I just went and got out of that. Here's the pullback into the 3.9. Anyone look at GME calls for earnings? No, I have not. Here is where I think we go. 379 on NVIDIA is interesting, but those options are volatile, man. Be careful. 13,000%. Holy shit. Yeah, bitch. 44,000%. 45,000%. 46. 49.7. 53,000%. Jesus Christ. Look at the SPY pulling back where we need it to. Meta right now is doing the same kind of shit. Our SPY 417s are still up 40 something, 40% or so. I just got out of my SPY position because it broke underneath the 200. I just got out of half of it, and I'm going to re-add it here. We're also looking at the Mara 190 or 19. Excuse me, the 9 on Mara's. We're going to be out of those right here at 56. We were picking those up for 30. And now the SPY is coming back in a little bit more. I'm going to give it a little bit more time because Bitcoin is starting to pull back a little bit, looking for the charge. Be careful with NVIDIA. Look at AMD. Amazon is still down, being dormant right now, guys. And Apple is up 1% now. I'm going to be looking at Meta. Allow everything to pull back for you. And NVIDIA is down through the 377. Microsoft, remember, came back to that 320 or the 320 I was talking about earlier. Palantir is back up over 13. Let's see if the SPY comes and breaks through the bottom here. Meta came right back. And I'm long on Meta at 96, 257.5 strikes for this week. We're getting a little bit of a bounce right here on the SPY. I'm already up 5% on my Meta. Apple is trying to come back, but it's curling back a little bit into support. Meta's moving to the top side. NVIDIA's coming down through the 370. Watch for that to go about 360 and pull back up. AMD's 10%. I've never liked NVIDIA. Good shit. Sorry, guys. I got a lot of shit going on the trading side of things. I will try to get... I'm just trying to give you the... Trying to let you know what's going down. There's just so many things. We're going to be looking to go long right here on the SPY. It's almost under 413. NASDAQ looks like it's in trouble, but I'm really not concerned.
SPY to the floor.
The SPY to the floor?
Go. SPY to the floor.
Why?
A minute. Because one company don't make recovery.
One company? They're all green.
Yeah, they're all green off of one company's earnings.
Because that one company is connected to all the other ones.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that all the other ones. Okay, so if I'm a drug dealer, I'm the top drug dealer, and I tell you what good profit I made, it doesn't automatically assume that everyone below me is going to make profits.
Sure.
Like I said, and I like your theory that they're going to be upgraded, but like I said, companies like Google, they haven't shown how they're going to profit off of anything to do with AI. Okay, search, they already have that lockdown. You know what I mean? For them, it's going to be a net negative that, although you made a great point earlier, as far as regulation, how regulation is going to play into it. And if you watched any of those AI hearings last week, and me and you talked earlier about this, the regulation isn't anything about protecting humanity or anything like that.
I'm long on SPY 414s for today. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. 100% all about licensing and copyrights. So in that sense, yeah, if that goes through, then I think we see a pivot back to companies like Google and stuff like that. But I think we just seen a sympathetic overreaction, you know. And when you look at like AMD, what's AMD doing now? AMD shot up 10% because their biggest competitor just blew them out the water. You know, what sense does that make? If McDonald's came out and was like, yeah, bitches, we got 90%, we own 90% of AI technology, do you think Burger King would fly the next day? Probably not.
Apple's coming back to life. I have another buy-in for Meta 257.5 that actually just filled at 68. Google's up 2%. Apple's moving to the upside. Um,
Yeah, and guys, don't think I'm just trying to disagree with Enzo on this. That's just a way
well,
to
they're good
be all
points.
angry at
They're
me.
absolutely good points. I don't think you're like shitting on me or anything like that.
No, no,
I like the thought of the like, yeah, this absolutely could go and be just a overreaction throughout the market for everybody. Those Maras that we were in, we got out of those nines. I do remember saying that. That has gone and tanked 1.5%. Disney's now coming green. I think EVs are going to start moving to the upside.
Well, and one thing you guys, I'm sure you guys know this by now, but the big difference between, you know, what I bring to the table and what Enzo brings to the table is his
You're
is more
cuter.
of a right now. Well, yeah, that's a given. But his is a right now. How his is what's the reaction right now? Not, you know, and that's perfect because mine is more of an overall picture of what does this mean down the line.
That's true, because that's a more valid thing to.
Yeah, I mean, because when you start talking about the impact down the line with regulation, shit like that, obviously you're not going to be able to see that on a chart and say this is what I think it's going to do today. That's where Enzo's great at kind of tuning that shit out and looking at the technicals and not making rash decisions based on what the media is telling us.
Yeah, I'm right now I'm looking at SPY 419 calls for 6-7 days out.
Yeah, I mean, I think a debt ceiling, a bill getting passed, or whatever they call it, I think that could definitely make the market fly at any given time. I think another thing we need to be concerned about. Sorry, YouTube, I know you don't like us talking about it, but you brought it up. COVID making a return in China. They're estimating this new variant could cause up to 65 million infections a week, I think, or something was the number, some craziness. And I hate to give my man Jim Cramer any credit, but he did a segment on it yesterday, and he did make a great point that we shouldn't be worried over here as far as, you know, anything like that. But when you talk about the market, obviously China handled COVID a lot differently, and we've seen even after we reopened and everything, we still seen the lingering effects over there of their lockdown, shutting down manufacturing, things like that. Oil demand, that has a huge impact on it if they do have a shutdown. So keep that in the back of your mind, guys. It's not anything that I think we need to be worried about. But I think if we went back and had this conversation in February of 2020, we would say, yeah, this is nothing we really need to worry about either. So just some food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:43. Market's still green. It's a lovely day. And now back to you, Enzo.
I'm looking for Meta to go come off of this support right here. And I have 257.5. I'm looking to also grab some Apple to the upside and more likely watching Tesla come back to some kind of support, maybe 282, but the SPY is trying to go green. And if Meta comes off the bottom or Amazon comes and finds itself and comes through VWAP, you're seeing Microsoft find that bottom at the same area that we were starting to move off of yesterday. NVDA is coming back up to the top right off of that 360. Right off of that 366 level.
What did it hit at the high in the video, Enzo?
399.50.
I was wrong. SPY flying back up now, up 0.63%.
Meta right there, 250. People are going after the SPY 416s right now like crazy on the daily. I just went long on SPY 420s as well. I'm looking at the SPY, finding a bottom and a bounce, and I'm watching these all retrace into support. The SPY is already ahead and up where it should be. Tesla's getting absolutely fucking manhandled. NVIDIA's come down and pulled back way into its RSI. Look at everybody's RSI as opposed to the SPY. The SPY is already ahead when all of those things around it, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Apple, everything starts coming to the upside. The SPY is already well ahead where it needs to be. It's going to get pushed through and in advance where it needs to go. If the market, or I mean, if the companies decide to come back. But I mean, the fact that NVIDIA is holding doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Or I'm sorry, NVIDIA holding makes a lot of sense, but NVIDIA not, or I guess the stocks around NVIDIA not holding up wouldn't make any sense to me. So I'm not really concerned about the downside. All right, Meta, you want to continue to give me a good fucking buy? I'll take it, dude. I just went long at 40 a contract again. Go ahead and come off the bottom. Tell me I'm wrong. Meta, Tesla, let's see what Apple's doing. Apple is trying to get their we're not gonna take it. No, yo, I don't know why D. Schneider's in my fucking head right now, but Wilds is about to break $1. Yeah. 303, good shit, Arctic, beautiful. Go ahead, let it go. Let it go, SPY. Bounce. Or you can come get the gap all the way to like what 248, but right here on the SPY we bought again. Return on my SPY options for my 414s are up. What? They're gonna want to pull this down to 411? Really? I don't think so. It's your fill from pre-market. If they do go and drag this down, which I do not think that they should. They're attacking the 411 area, but I think with your 200 underneath meta right here, you needed to gap back above this. See how we wick down, didn't want it. Wick down, didn't want it. Apple doing the same shit. Apple's trying to hold its support at the 172. This looks like it's trying to hold here, guys. Let's go, Meta. Come back. Take your tits out. Where is all of this? 415 calls, a shitload of puts down to the 410. They baited these in. They just took that shit. 14s are coming in, 18, 15s, 14, 417, 16, 17, 18, 20s are all green. Coming in at 25,000 a piece. Market's looking like it's trying to bounce. Now here's a wicked thought. Like Nvidia's down. It came and tried to find a bottom. The volatility is starting to come off. And what if they went and tried to just burn everybody out of those calls as soon as they get to the point where they think, you know what, they might come back? I question if they don't go and run this back over 400. I wouldn't play 400, but just a thought.
Okay, hypothetical question. I know we don't see situations like this too often where there's that big of a dollar amount. You know, we see a $6 stock run up 25%. It's not really anything. When you see a $300 stock run up 25, 30%, do you think anybody holding those calls? Okay, so you're holding calls at 305, 310, whatever. How many of those do you think it's all just immediately trying to flip that contract, or do you think that there's investors, whether it's retail or otherwise, that hold calls like that are like, well, I'm going to fucking exercise this because with the earnings that they gave and the guidance that they gave, I would love to own shares at 305 now instead of just taking that profit on the contract.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, if you think that like those would be better positioned in your...
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, because this is such a unique situation. If different types of investors, I guess, would be playing those options. Now, you know options better than anybody. And even looking at, I looked at them after the fact. Calls that were $50 out of the money that were still going for $50, $60. So it's not just people, that are playing AMC calls, shit like that is what I'm saying. Is there's a lot more money invested in those. So I don't know what the reaction is. Do you? I mean, if you're somebody that had the boat loaded,
I would definitely exercise. Well, it depends. If you were a person that was buying YOLOs like that, you're more than likely going to be the person. Tesla's climbing, guys. Thank you for that. If you look at it that way, yeah, absolutely. If you're a person that has the liquidity to purchase 100 shares or exercise those calls, absolutely, you're going to do that. And especially in an investor or, yeah, because you have the ability to go and say, we got our clients $300 NVIDIA days before it went to 400. Like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But if you have a portfolio that cannot substantiate that buy, then you just have to take the profit over the top. So I would assume that a lot more of the people, because if you look a couple weeks out, 2 or 3 weeks out, there was calls all the way to like the 405, 395 and stuff like that. So that's definitely that's definitely smart money there. But I don't think that a lot of retail investors are going to be able to exercise the calls, which is going to go and say to me that these might have been just daily YOLOs. So right. I question it both ways. I'm also buying. I'm getting.
I just see too is we haven't seen earnings in a long time that came out. It's been one or the other. Even with tapered expectations, it's either been they beat on earnings, but we're cautious with giving guidance. You know, hey, we beat this time, but there's some bad shit coming up, or vice versa. We haven't seen in earnings this dynamic where it was both. It was we fucking crushed on earnings, and you want to see what we're gonna do next quarter? Bam, double fucking what they're estimating.
Right.
So it was. You know.
So here's the bottom we were calling. We were calling this bottom on the SPY right here, guys. And we're getting a lot of movement back up to the top. I got shit on in my meta, and I have continued to buy lower and lower. And I still like it, so I'm not really worried about it. But I'm definitely not doing the right thing on meta. I just don't see it being even a slight possibility. Also, I bought AMC 5 calls for this week, just assuming that, hey, if it comes back with the market, which AMC looks to be coming off of the 480, NVIDIA is starting to pump back up and trying to get back over that 370 initial drop down at the 96 EMA. SPY is going over its 200 back to its 96 EMA. Meta's coming off the bottom here, guys, of this little trend line that we're still dealing with, which also is a perfect amount of support right on the inside of its pre-market drop. I'm sticking with my sentiment here. Come on, Meta. I'm so here's what I'm looking at on Meta, and this is why I'm bullish on Meta. Is you're looking at this 30-minute trend. It's perfectly set back into this wedge, but it's just coming right back into the support of the top where we started trying to smoke this 250 area anyway. If the market comes up, Meta's taking a candle that's basically $3 to the downside. So if this decides to come back and break green with the market, if the market decides to go and run, Meta will more than likely try to find the same thing. Tesla trying to find this bottom at 182 where we thought the bottom would be, and now it's trying to climb back up through its indicators is bullish sentiment to me. NVIDIA coming back up and kind of poking at the 380 is another one. Microsoft trying to hold the 320. Now we're breaking back up on the SPY over the 1350, trying to go after our 200 again. If it happens, you'll start seeing Meta hold and move back up to the top side. There's the SPY. But if we start to get really turned around and start to see like 1406, what 41406 on the SPY, like Meta could come back, and when Meta needs to come and run, well, the SPY's doing exactly that, guys. 8% on those 420s. We had 414s that are already almost there. Yeah, those 414s are up 20, and we're just gonna let those kind of go with the market. If they get there, they get there. If not, they're just kind of our YOLO, a bigger YOLO position that could make you a decent amount of money. But there you go. NVIDIA is now moving back up to the top side. So you got to assume that if you can go and get Apple, which is consistently holding strong, however, it's not wanting to go all the way up through that 178, 172, 172.88. Wilds is up, or WLDS is up to 134. That's a great buy right there, down under 100 pennies. Yeah, Tesla's more than likely wanting to go back to the 384. I would assume that if it does go back 384, everything else is going to find support. With it, you have AMD coming back and going right back over the 118 here. I think everything in the market's getting pumped, and I think that technology is only a matter of time. Google looking like it's trying to hold its 200 EMA. NVIDIA's breaking necks, cashing checks. Netflix is right around the area where I'd go, oh yeah, it's ready to fall off the fucking map. But every time I say that, what happens, guys? Netflix
to the moon, baby. Let's go.
Right. So I'm hoping that that's the case, because Netflix coming off the bottom, being red, Disney, Wall, banking is down 2% for some reason. When honestly, banking only down 2 is a hell of a lot better than banking being down 6. I think it was Wall was down 6 this morning. Mara is now back at 9, but still holding well over the 9. Good morning, Miss Lady Robin. How are you, love? AMD continuing to try to move. We're seeing the 200 move on the SPY here. We're seeing Amazon just still getting smacked over the fucking head for some reason back into this 115, but we're not playing with the 114, 115 like we were playing with yesterday. We're playing with the 115 hold, 114.50. Now we're seeing this resistance 413.50 starting to come into play. It didn't want it the first time, it didn't want it the second time, but now we've gone and failed this candle, which doesn't make me feel great, but we had a huge reaction instead of just going and getting topped up by the 200. We're trying to gain the support at 1336. There you go. Go. Bitcoin came and bounced for us like it should have. Meta is trying the bottoms and trying my fucking patience right now. But typically when I go and I have these plays where it's like I'm sitting here over and over and over again and I feel good about it, and then I like in my perspective, this is fucking irritating. I would just rather not even worry about the position. Let it do what the fuck it wants. I don't even, like, if it makes money, it doesn't, but it's starting to just irritate me at this point. So we're just going to go and breathing treatment and watch our sentiment. We, like, at some point you have to go and put your extremely busy hands and just stop. Harley Knight, what's up, baby? Long time no see. Gorgeous, man. How's everything?
What's up, Stanley?
Let Pauline know we were thinking about her. Tell her we said hello.
And my lady, good morning.
But yeah,
along with everybody else.
I would be you're telling me that we had layoffs and Meta doesn't run.
Well, at some point, those layoffs have to start affecting productivity. You have to think. I mean, this is like their 7th round of layoffs.
Why? Whenever they started laying people off in Twitter, he said, turns out you don't really need...
Okay, good point on that. But do you really not need that? Because I would call that a failure last night.
Well, yeah, but
this is my thing. You come out in your Elon and you want Twitter to take on mainstream media. Great, I'm all for it. I've been hyping it. You get Tucker, maybe you get somebody from the left. It's a big, okay. But then you come out, you can't host a million people can't watch something. What the hell good are you? As much as I'll bash CNN and all the rest of them, 3.5 million people were able to watch dipshit Trump say what he wanted to say. So, eventually I guess it worked kind of yesterday. I think that was a step back for social media in general.
Real cool.
And maybe that could play into it of why those layoffs. People could point to Twitter and say, well, layoffs do matter. Just a thought.
Well,
go ahead.
You remember when this morning I was telling you that my car door was up to about 3 feet in water?
No.
Who the hell was I talking to?
That.
Anyway.
Yeah, I would have remembered.
Oh, that was yesterday. Anyway, the GTA's backyard is a lake right now. It is pouring in Florida. It was hellacious this morning. I am noticing here a pattern on these red candles that even though we are coming back on a bunch of things, we're still actually going and trending upwards right now in this move down. I need to see that we go and I would start feeling much better. I would like this to...
So explain what you just said with the line.
What?
Show them what you mean, what you just said.
So,
because that could be confusing.
Right.
I know what you mean, listening to audio, but show what you mean as far as this, as we're going down, it's showing an upward trend.
So right here, we dropped into, like if you're looking at just today, you dropped through and made a lower low from pre-market because when we opened, we created an upward movement. We then created this low, which was much higher than the low of 411.75 yesterday. And so you're seeing this upward trend just in this a little amount of time. You then break this low to the downside and break through your lowest point right now. And you're still seeing these candles right here. The red wick has a trend where it only wants to go down right this moment to 412.61, and then 15 minutes or 10 minutes later, it doesn't want to even get to 61. It only wants to 64 or 412.64. You then get a huge push down in the 412.60, which ends up being a wick down, but it ends up being a green candle with a reaction that goes and holds an indicator. So you start to see that trend. Now you're seeing the same thing here, and I don't know. Yeah, there you go. You can see that. This yellow line right here is that trend on those wicks. If we go and hold that, I'm going to assume we curl up. The reason I think that we're going to is because we have support in my green lines from back in the day. I also told you that that was where my buy was all morning. So unless I've gone and seen anything that can go and really be an issue, everything right now is at those same areas. So if we get pushed through, that's one thing. But I'd like to see us hold these areas. You have Meta doing, and roughly we're talking about like, other than, I mean, you have the RSI on all of these stocks, 37 on the SPY, 38 on Meta. You have 41 on Netflix. NVDA is even at a 45. So you're going to more than likely have some day traders try to step in at the bottom here. This is a bunch of fear that they're creating right now, trying to break these lows. But yet you're still seeing people step in on that SPY and pull it back. You're also seeing NVIDIA, people stepping in NVIDIA at 382. That doesn't say the market is shithouse, in my opinion. Half a foot of water, and yeah. You just sent me a video that GTA's got a backyard that looks like the Everglades with a hurricane in it.
Damn, man. Be safe, GTA. Let us know if you need anything. Watch out for fucking power lines and that kind of shit. Is it just rain? That's all?
It's just rain. No, it's not wind or anything like that. It's just a shitload of rain all of a sudden. I got the same thing about an hour ago, and now it's probably 90 outside and more humid than it was. Miss Robin even said it's been raining nonstop.
Oh shit. It's a beautiful sunny day here. It's only 51
It's
degrees.
A beautiful morning. Sorry.
Damn right. Cheers.
Tesla, don't do that. Why are you doing this? NVIDIA just pulled back into VWAP. That's not good. Doesn't feel right, though. We used Tesla's support at the 180.38. The SPY just climbed right back where I needed it to go. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving this area. This is a great downside push, but you guys are fucking dog shit. You better come harder than that, because if you let Meta come off the bottom, you guys are fucked. Look at the strength on Tesla into this 181. There is a decent amount of red volume. It gets just absolutely spanked RSI wise into 22, and the SPY goes, yeah, fuck you, eat a dick. Where's Apple? Apple's holding green though, guys. It still had the perfect hold inside this wedge, which I think also goes and is going to create a double bottom at 172.17. I think this is just all a bunch of theatrics of like, oh shit, we're gonna go and drop it underneath, and oh god, guys, hold on.
Hold up.
Birdie Hunter saying hi to Miss Lady Robin. Yeah, so I mean, until we have a long day to go, guys, and we also have a lot of stupid bullshit, a lot of news to come out, a lot of little things in the market. So I wouldn't go and be too concerned about anything unless you're worried about like its daily play. Marathon Digital is down underneath 9 right now. So we got in and out of those perfect. Apple is its own country, you're right. So we actually went and dropped here, guys. And we just created a candle that was actually underneath. And you're getting a huge candle back up to the 5 EMA on the SPY. You're starting to see Apple curl around. But do you see how this line, yes, we broke low on the indicator because this is considered fear, in my opinion. All of this was fear because until this candle closes low of this trend, I'm not necessarily concerned because that's not what I'm seeing. I'm not playing that play, so it doesn't make any sense to me. I need to see Apple do the same thing. I need to see NVIDIA try to hold here. Microsoft, oops, that's not the one I wanted to change. Microsoft is back and moving. So you could see things like Microsoft and AI, GFAI, C3AI, all of those companies start to go and move the market back green. And along with Meta. Meta would be one of those companies that I would kind of put in that same category. But once again, you see us breaking over the top of the 321.70, 321.80, and starting to create ourselves some pushback through that VWAP. I'm looking for everything in the market to do that and pushing the SPY pushing itself, and so on and so forth, back and forth. AMC dropped under. That's not right. AMC is going to probably come back and rip some fucking faces off. There's going to be some news. It's going to be a Guardian of the Galaxy news or something that just recently came out. Watch for AMC to come back a little bit and be some kind of news. What? Yeah, Aisley, the amount of AI tools that are making our lives easier is significant. However, you got to be smart enough to know what the fuck it is that you're doing. That's where I fall short. But we will more than likely start integrating a lot of those. I already have. Or very similar ones to them. Meta is needing to say it with its chest, but it's looking decent. Aisley, I don't even know what the fuck that song is. I've never even seen The Lion King, bro. Like, that's apparently a big thing for people, but look at Meta just like trying to come back, and the SPY trying to get beat on. Apple, they're trying to go and control Apple. Needs to hold the 172.10. NVIDIA is still holding support. It does. I mean, for what the support is, but NVIDIA is actually going and moving to the top side right now because it just broke another downtrend. NVIDIA is probably going back up towards 389. unless it just gets bodied. SPY's trying to do the same shit. VWAP. Tesla's at the same spot that it was. Meta's going right back into its 200 where it just said, no, I'm fucking good. Explain that one to me. We just said no how many different times? Microsoft was good. Still using all of its VWAP and all of its indicators. You're fucking bullshit, SPY. You wanted the 200 touch. You got it. Now go. There's no reason. Nope. I don't think that you go and get the 411, 10, 411 and 410 puts.
I got them at open.
No. I'm saying I don't think that they go and drag those into the money. I think that NVIDIA bounces right here. And I think that Microsoft holds here. I think that Meta holds here. I don't see how the SPY could come down. Apple's even trying to hold green.
Sure. But that's why I doubled in like I told you I was going to into next week. I didn't buy it. So I got that contract that I bought yesterday that expires tomorrow. And then instead of doubling into that, I just bought a cheaper one at a better strike price for next week. And that's up like 40% already.
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm taking Apple right here long, and I think this is all bullshit. I don't think that, like, this downside is not right. It's not correct in my head to go and drop this any further than it is on the SPY. I don't think that you...
One angle on that, Enzo, is going into a holiday weekend, a talking point, if the market is to drop, is that, you know, the debt ceiling's causing it. Now, one side would have to blame it on the other side to be able to say that, but it's a relevant thing going into a holiday that they would, you know, that might not be today, might be tomorrow, that, hey, look at what the hell's going on. You know, we need to pass something. The stock market's tanking, you see? Again, just a theory, not anything, but something to be considered. There's always a reason why they can do something. You just gotta see if that's what they're doing.
There's no... You're getting the bounce off NVIDIA exactly where you thought your trend line was going to be. It's looking to come up. Apple's looking to come up off that 96. AMD had the ability to pull back to the 116, back to here. And it actually held it fairly well and used it as support with this candle. I don't see the market being able to drop, and especially the fact that you have the strength in things that just fell significantly and now RSIs have cooled off or dropped lower. I just don't understand why we're getting beat over the head in Amazon to the point where it's right back into the support that I had for it. SPY is finding a little bit of a run, but AMC is getting throttled 3%. Microsoft's still holding. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck the market's doing, but it looks like it's coming back now, so. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. I just don't like it. What happens from here? That's the question. I don't know. I'm wondering where the let me look at a few things. What else do we have on the calendar? AMD crawled back to fucking life. See what I mean though, guys? Like, that's terrifying right there. That candle to the downside sucks. I have instructed the negotiators to work 24 hours a day to get this debt ceiling deal, is a quote 1 minute ago from McCarthy. Microsoft has a head start in AI boom. The trip to Taiwan this weekend has been postponed, apparently. Republican Gallagher said. So that big downside was just the market going and fucking freaking out. And we just come out with a couple, that's the beautiful thing. It works for me at this time, but the fact that we are down 2% on energy, 1.5% on healthcare, non-cyclicals, we're down 1%. Utilities, we're down 1.7. Basic materials, you're down at like 0.4. Financial services are also down like. The only thing up right now is real estate and technology, and we're good. I love it, but AMD back over 118. Microsoft is now able to move off of the news that it just got. Also, Feds, Colin and Barkin are running their fucking lips. And apparently something that Mexico's accumulated current amount GDP is a big issue apparently at 11 o'clock. So that could have a very high sentiment of, it's a huge impactful thing in the market apparently. So keep that. Keep that in mind.
What do we got? I missed that. Sorry.
Accumulated current amount GDP is apparently a very, very big impactful thing. But the speeches from our feds is an important issue too.
Yeah, there's one of those tomorrow at 11 a.m. as well. I forget who it is. One of them feds. Not Powell.
Fed representative is about to talk at the Bank of Boston.
He's yelling to come out and talk some doom and gloom.
She could probably make a clap with no hands.
Well, I think she's flip-flopping and making such a big deal about this debt ceiling and this and that, and still telling us the banks are all fine and dandy. Everything's gravy trains with biscuit wheels.
She's doing it for the she's doing it for the overly tan people.
I thought you just said, we're going to say she's doing it for the Instagram likes.
Probably too. But no, I think that she plays that race card a little too often.
Yeah.
I think she's a fucking Karen. Enzo for president 2024. See, look, Ace, I don't want to live in that shithole. Like, I'm the type of guy that goes to the bathroom, and if there's another dude needing to come in with me, you're probably not walking out. Get the fuck away from me. You want to hold this thing for me or what? Get the fuck away from me. I would lose my mind if I had Secret Service. Lose my mind. I don't even like what?
One of the presidents, I forget which one, used to give press conferences while he was on the shitter. Like door open, pants down, having a deuce, and would make the press come in and like listen to
The
him.
expert at Citi predict an ongoing decline of the U.S. dollar and anticipate a decrease in the federal funds rate at some point. Oh, at some point, yeah, probably. We've been saying that for how long?
Well, they put out exactly what we said they were gonna in those minutes. Well, it was mixed. Some people didn't want it. You know, maybe we'll do it again. We don't really know. All just a bunch of hogwash.
Hogwash! Now we're seeing Microsoft do exactly what NVIDIA just did on the underside of on the backside of its candle. So Meta is now starting to move back up to the top side, guys. And let's see. I don't even want to look at that fucking position. It's just bad. It's not as bad as it was. Much better. But no, the spies that we had are actually still up. Some of those are just rolling. I'd like to see a move green. I mean, everything looks supported here. Meta made a decent run back back over the 251 area. Google is also doing the same thing, coming off the bottom, trying to gain a little bit of support back, a little respect for itself. NVIDIA holding that 381, not giving a shit. NVIDIA is trying to tantalize me to buying more of it. I think it's trying to play a trick on me. But essentially, we used that support right there at the 376 fill and went and grabbed this. Had a little bit of an extra sell into support, but we had that perfect 36.0 or 36.02 inside from these moves prior. You're more than likely going to go and retest the break of 309 at some point, but I don't know that, or excuse me, about 313 at some point, but I don't know that you're going to get that in any way, shape, or form anytime soon. SPY is trying to break through the top of its, like this. So this downtrend essentially tried to go and break itself to the downside. Like I was saying, it created a new low, but this candle completely swept back up into an overall area that it didn't even have the support to it here, to stay up here. But we get the huge reaction. We're now looking to resubstantiate the level of like 412.70, 412.71, but we're looking for support here because this was all bullshit. McCarthy, that is now making its way around.
What's that?
McCarthy has everybody up 24 hours a day working on the shit.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I've also seen that there's no plans to stick around for the holiday, which I guess means that they either have to pass it before then, or it's no new news till next week.
AMD's holding that 118. Doing a very good job to hold the 117.88. NVIDIA is doing a decent job as well. And even though if you go and just move NVIDIA over and just forget about the drop this morning, and you match that up with what we're looking at on AMD, these two patterns are kind of similar. They're stepping up. They continue to go and hold. And now you're seeing movement on the SPY green while you have all of these things moving to the top side from their support. Amazon doing the same thing, but at a place that it prior had some resistance. So now that we've kind of come back to this area, I don't think that's going to be really that much resistance. But if it does go and just completely shit on Amazon, that's fine. You've just created me a trend line. But in reality, this is probably what just happened on Amazon. It's probably breaking out just like you saw NVIDIA and Microsoft. Microsoft's doing the same shit right now. AMD, didn't draw any lines on it. Apple was one that I did. I don't know why these moved, but oh no, that was the breakdown. Yeah, and I was like, no, absolutely fucking not. Watch Apple come right back in. But you're looking for this downtrend to break. Because if Apple continues to go, Apple will push the market back up through the tops of 113.79 And it looks like Meta right now is trying to anyway. So trying to go retest highs, I'm assuming on Tesla, because we just, not Tesla, on Meta, because we were just going back to the 150, 180s and move through that. We got to hold it and go from here. But we already had this support. That's why none of this was making sense to me. We already have support on a lot of these areas that we just crashed through. I think it was all fear-based. Now you're seeing the SPY trying to go up. And right now, Amazon did not go and even flinch. Google coming back over its 200, gaining some support. Apple, oh, we already looked at Apple. Tesla, ooh, I haven't looked at Tesla. Tesla climbing back like a motherfucker. See, when Arctic was calling this out, saying, hey, we were climbing back, we were all good there. We were all good at 182. So now, if you don't go and see this going to just continue to move, look for the 182.97 area that already held as to say, put some respect on my fucking name. We shouldn't have been down that far in the first place. Enzo is a stock market savant? No. I'm a guy that doesn't allow people to, or that doesn't get worried about losing money. I'm a guy that's able to go and not have the emotional judgment of, oh, holy shit, what, like, I wasn't even like that when on the early days. I don't really get too excited about a lot of shit. I get really animated about things that piss me off. But other than that, I'm not somebody that you can get a huge reaction out of. And when something doesn't sit right with me, it makes me more curious about something. And if it makes no sense to me, I'm not willing to go and come off my position. What it is I'm stubborn as shit, Acely. That's all it is. That's all it is. TMS, where's TMS at? Because TMS is probably moving with if TMS moves or TSM, what the fuck am I saying? Yep, there we go. It's moving right this moment. We're going. Things are working out. Tits are jacked. Let's go, buddy. When you see TM or TSM, this is what I'm afraid that fucking NVIDIA is about to do, guys. Like that pullback. The only problem is we didn't really give it. Oh, holy shit. TSM did in pre-market what NVIDIA just did. Holy shit. So NVIDIA just pulled right back to the inside. If anybody can see this little flag where you saw it rip, and then it has this little W or like a little downtrend, but it looks like a little cutout in this little triangle, right? Or this little flag. TSM did the exact same fucking thing right here, guys. It literally went and ripped up and came right back down to a perfect U on the inside and held support. But it did its pre-market. We did ours right after pre-market in NVIDIA. And and fucking AMD just did its. Look. Right there, 1575. It did the same fucking thing as it did everywhere else. That's the pattern in the market right now. Everything that right here, we did the same thing on the SPY, 1403, or excuse, yeah, 41304. Meta came back to support. It didn't have the same pattern, but Meta is the one that's moving back up to the top side a lot faster than anything else right now. AMD is probably going to continue. AMD, that's going to be the overall trend. Okay, cool. So we green wick through it. We puncture it this morning. We come back, grab support on the inside, just like we did everything else. AMD is probably going to try to continue, guys. The SPY's ripping to the top side through that area that NVDA is finding support at. The SPY's moving. We're trying to hold our 5 MA right here on NVIDIA. We need to keep going. We need Taiwan Semi to continue. Everything. I'm sorry. I lost full right there. I was excited about that pattern. Can I at least be a sexy guru like Michael Myers? Like, I feel like in Guru he was fucking heat. I feel like who is that guy that you like? MIA? One of Adam Sandler's characters? Zora, man, I don't remember his name. The PP touch guy. He's probably not even listening. Let's go and see Tesla continue. Yep. 184, just like our ticket thrown out there. We're now trying to move through the highs of NVIDIA through that 385 right here that we got rejected at, 384.94. Meta trying to continue. This is a big, big fucking spot. Do not fuck up. Don't fuck it up. Don't do it. Don't do it. Go, bitch. Suck my dick. Tesla's doing a little shimmy. AMC isn't doing a fucking thing. But let's go Amazon. Let's like just hold support a little bit. All night long. Pepe Frog, what about it? AMD moved. So now I just drew that line. We're looking at the top of what we were having issues with earlier. We're trying
to see if this goes all the way back down, because this is an interesting pattern, and you follow the SPY a lot more intensely than me, but you often see this where it's making lower lows and higher highs simultaneously.
Well, I mean, in the perspective of we're basically going to figure it out. We're trying to use the support that we had pre-market here, but typically you don't have all of that to go on. But we have everything in the market that we're trying to go and have run and continue trying to go green. If you go and look at the fact that we created a low yesterday, the low of 409, that 409 is now, if this is the bottom and the bounce, and we're using support at the 412 and regaining what 496 area, we're trying to break through this 1390 area, and we need to continue to move through and go probably re-entry of like 414. So you're not creating a lower low right this second. You're doing it on a 5 minute and a couple of different other patterns. But in reality, you're looking good here, and you kind of put in a what you could assume is like a downside low. You ended up closing this candle, and here's the weird one: is the IWM did the same shit where it like ran through the top and then it was just hanging there. I think we were looking at the IWM to come down, which I think that's still going to happen. But we broke and split to the bottom here on a daily, and then closed the candle up. So it's a very volatile moment where I think they're basically just going and creating a point where we broke down to the downside of this trend, but now we are fighting to get back into that wedge as almost like a oops fake out type thing. So no, to answer your question, you don't see this often where we break to the downside right here of 410.11 or 410.19 of the day, and give it another 20 cents on that day and hold that. It's kind of interesting how we were able to go and climb back to 411. But yeah, I mean, it's not likely, but if you're gonna get some kind of market sentiment to the upside, this entire thing could end up going and recapping all of that money back to a maybe 418. That's the imbalance. That's where I don't understand why it's just kind of sitting here dormant. Because right now you're looking at what you saw this morning, and so you're basically finding support. You now have from your top couple candles, you went and broke over this resistance overall. And the resistance was the 200. The fact that you're breaking up on the 200 and you still need to come back and hold support, you can go and wick down. You can have every bit of about 412.96. You have even the ability to go and use the inside of this candle if they really want to fuck with us, 1261. But if they go and try to, what is it? Oh, dickhead speaking, barking, I think. You have AMD pulling back into that support candle right here. The exact same thing that you're looking to do on the inside of this red candle is the same thing you're looking right here. As you're trying to pull this candle back and hold support where you just made the move. You're doing this, bringing it down to your recent support. They might not even get that, and if you use the 200, that's just continued bullish movement, and you're going to probably continue to make higher highs. Meta is moving back towards the 250-260 area, trying to retest the inside of its red candle here. So we're going to basically go and retry 253.40. Or excuse me, 253 flat. If we can get through, it's going to go 53, and probably, I would assume it might try to get this gap. But the SPY looks healthy. Other stocks are starting to go and create higher lows, higher highs, and then you're holding the NVDA, which is the stock that has run the most and changed the most. It's still holding its 5 MA, which is like a rolling average of its 5 days. So if it's going to hold that, that means that shit's fucking powerful right now. I think the entire market's kind of powerful right now. And honestly, if you start moving to day highs, and we use this as like what, 250, 230 on Meta as support, and we start going and breaking 254, that's going to start creating a domino effect, in my opinion. But I want to make sure that we're not going to go I don't want to go and break up on NVIDIA, or excuse me, on AMD if we're not ready to go all the way through 120, but I think it has every ability to. SPY's trying to go off of its 5 and use that as a like, you can see the 5MA trying to go and move right off of the same area right here that we were using as support. So you're either looking for the SPY to pull back into the 200 and stop, or continue your trend, but you're not really necessarily worried about it if you're not getting price movement. You can move all you want here. It's about time and theta at that point. You're just worried about the time that you could possibly go and get run sideways, because if you go and have this run back, it's more than likely just going to run back to that support line. What am I missing? Putting the little fucking mermaid in there. Ace, that's not really productive. Meta right now is trying to go and break through this recent little breakout right here at what, 250, 263. So watch for things like Meta, things for, I don't know where Taiwan Semi is actually continuing. Apple is now going and holding that support. When we were just telling you down here, Apple was good. It's breaking that recent downside resistance, and it ended up using it as support. We need the timing to be perfect here. Look how everybody's VWAPs, all of like everybody that's strong. You have Meta, who have all of its indicators underneath and have the ability to start rising, right? You're keeping all of these indicators and you're starting to try to change their opinions in up or down. They're starting to trend towards you. You have all of these indicators that you're trying to grow and gradually pop through. Look what happens on Meta when we hit its 5-day moving average, and look at the candle it created. Look what happens when we go and get a little boxy on our 5-day. So instead of trending through this pink line and just holding it, look what it does. It goes and banks into it, just like we do on Meta. And so it's harder to see on the SPY, but you have a bottom placed in. You use that bottom as support right here. You don't allow yourself to go through it, and then you come off using your green candles. You get a little bit more square instead of more like just following the flow of things, and you go and use it as support. And every time you use that as support, you go and bank off of it and end up usually getting a green candle. So the timing wise, if you can go and get that green candle while Meta is trying to go and get rejected right now overall from the inside of these two candles at 252, like we were talking about, you're going to get that to move. This is going to go and help the SPY, or Meta is going to go and help the SPY at the exact same time, because the SPY helped Meta. It's almost symbiotic if you can get it timed correctly. Now, Apple is doing the exact same thing. Now it's just in a little bit of a different pattern. You can see Apple use it as support, get a little boxy away from the trend line. There's the green candle that I just showed you right here on Meta. So now what am I looking for if I'm looking at Apple, realizing that I'm doing the exact same fucking thing? Yeah, by the way, that Meta position is definitely green now. And I hate the fact that I'm going to have to make a decision on that. I should not have put myself in that fucking position.
Are you long or short, Meta?
Oh, I'm extremely long in Meta, and I shouldn't have gone and put myself in the position. However, if we use this as support at 152.60 and retry the day's high, I'm gonna have to have a really, really tough decision at this area where, oops, this is where this is going to want to go. I'm going to have a very, very tough decision very quickly between Theta and holy shit. Taiwan Semi came down, hit the inside of that cup. AMD did the exact same thing. NVIDIA did the exact same thing and used it as support. Now we're trying to sit here and kind of break out. We're creating that exact same thing. We're much earlier, and it is a much different pattern. But if this is that support area on, Meta, then Meta's going to go, and for what reason, I don't know why it could go and create something like this, and I don't think by any means it could. I think that Meta could go and see some decent green side or decent upside breakout because of the pattern, but I don't have any reason to substantiate Meta breaking out. I don't have any reason to go and say, oh, Meta's got a catalyst to move. I have sentiment of, if this fucking thing breaks up over the top here, it's going to move pattern wise, but it's because this looks very similar to, in a very blown out version, what NVIDIA and NVIDIA AMD I always want to call them Tyrone Semi or Texas Semi, Taiwan Semi. They've all done the same shit, and now I'm looking at fucking SPY right now, and it's starting to break the high of these recent, like, fuck you candles. It did the exact same thing, but it got a little bit deeper. The SPY did it and used the inside of this. I mean, we had more drawn out movement through the SPY, but you're seeing a downtrend. It held perfectly where we thought it would. and now we're climbing back to the top. Our first places are 414.27, or excuse me, 414, 414.05 and 414.07. Nope, 414.05 and 414.27. Jesus Christ, I'm having a stroke. I'm hoping that we go and continue and just continue further. What could you possibly need to ruin right now? No. Meta's moving up, and not having any problem. That ultimate high is what we stopped at earlier. This is a big fucking deal, and I'm looking at this on a 15-minute chart. But if you look at this on a 5-minute, look what you are creating on Meta. And this is where we were telling you like it held our 200 perfectly. We held our 200 perfectly on the SPY. This is all going to go and retest highs. Not necessarily on NVIDIA, but it very well could. There's a lot of structure where you need to go back to the 200, but you could easily see some green in the market on NVIDIA as well if it breaks up over that 50. AMD trying to go and break out north right now. We were telling you it was lagging behind right here. Amazon is now trying to go and bounce where it's just a little bit more, seems a lot more dormant, but a lot more people think that calls are going in at 117.66 or 117.60. SPY's breaking other little highs that we had. We need to hold support now. So now let's see what happens when we come back to our 5. 5 is a little extended off of our VWAP, but now that we're getting movement behind us and a lot of other things, I question if we start to see more and more sentiment come up in the market to see those highs. We're up 16 on those, 16% on those 414s. I just never bought more of those. We're 24% to the upside to on those Meta 257.5s. I bought those like a fucking asshole. I shouldn't have. I should have. My problem this morning was I thought that this was going to happen a little quicker, and it just wanted to fuck around, and they needed to go. And obviously, I thought that they were going to try to leave early, not try to, oh, I need one more fucking dip of retail investors' money. Like, you guys are fucking assholes. I thought they were just going to let it rip because they basically caused a lot of money. I mean, they created a shitload of money within the last couple of days. NVIDIA breaking the 50? Question mark? I mean, if NVIDIA starts going back up to the top, like, this is fucking bad for anybody short. %. For some reason, I don't know why, I had a really, I don't know. I maybe got a little overzealous on a YOLO for 420s for tomorrow, And the reason why I got them at 420 was because I saw a run that was possible in going green very quickly, with the potential of going green very quickly. And I bought them at a decent time where I could go and substantiate we might be able to go and cross over 420.17 because the premium that I got my contracts were at 17. And they're currently at like 20 a piece right now. But the reason that I got them was because if we did go green from the bottom of where I bought them, we were going to have to go and we're going to have to outwork what I thought we were. I think we're going to have to outwork what a lot of people think are capable. But I think that if you have the ability to have a green day and a news section tomorrow that could go and say, they could come out at any time and say, oh, the debt ceiling's fine, we just resolved it, everything's good. The fact that they're getting good sentiment right now makes me worried more for tomorrow's early day. They're going to want to resolve this thing as quickly as possible. And if they do resolve it, the entire market breaks out. And I don't know that if they want to go and break the fucking market out, and Biden can look good and McCarthy can look good and they can both go and circle jerk each other off, I think they have to go. And the best thing for both of them when they don't know what to do would be to give Biden a green market, which would go and give him the win. And it would also give McCarthy the win for going and not saying, we're going to give you the fucking taxes. If there's a way that they can figure that out, the market's going to continue to run. But the fact that the market's moving right now in general and NVIDIA's breaking out of that 50s area, I see this as being easy theatrics, easy, like put from yesterday is up. You need to be out of that.
I'll push back just a little bit on that, Enzo, only because.
Explain what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
Well, yeah, I get that, but the only hiccup, if this was a normal anything, if we lived in a normal world 5-10 years ago, I would say you're 1,000% right. The caveat is that McCarthy, when they did finally vote him in after all that nonsense that night, one of the concessions that they gave up was they don't need a unanimous vote to oust him as the speaker. They need, so I'm not sure the exact parameters, but they could basically out him at any time. So if he bends, so he's got to be careful, right? Because if he bends too much, he's gonna lose his spot.
I don't think he does. I don't think he has to bend. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he has to bend. I think McCarthy is going to be able to settle this, getting what he wants and realizing that, hey, I'll give you, it's basically, I think that the Democrats are looking for an IOU one right now. I don't think they're even looking for them. Like, I think they're going and holding a chokehold on something that the Republicans need to get done to look good and have McCarthy feel like he has a spot or a seat at a negotiation table. That's what they're going to want to see. McCarthy is going to do anything other than suck him off at that fucking table to get that negotiation done to look good for the Republican side of things. But I don't think that the Democrats lose very much if your market is hauling ass and everything looks good. You don't see anything in the market about, debt thing. Everything would be completely done. It would just be Biden being an asshole about taxes. I think it's a very, very small thing that they could easily go and say, okay, look, no taxes, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, but the stock market isn't a good selling point for the Democratic Party. That's more of the only time the stock market comes into play is if it's plunging.
Well, if you just went and created, what did you say to me this morning?
if the stock market's doing good, the narrative is rich white men are just making more money.
No,
That's all it is. But when the stock market's doing bad, it's, well, people are losing their 401ks, shit like that. When it's doing good, you don't talk about people's 401ks. You talk about, oh, well, just wealthy white men are getting richer.
I see. Look, what was the first thing that you said to me?
The stock market is more of a Republican talking point than a Democratic one. And I'm still not sold that the Democrats want Joe Biden in there. Like I've said all along, I think there's
I agree.
They let this thing go so that they can, you know, whatever, make him not run. I don't know.
Well, I agree. I agree with you there. But what if it could be like, I see your point about the Republican side of things, but the overall,
I mean, it's all political. They could do something right now that's like, okay, we'll put all the bullshit aside for a minute. We'll pass something to make sure that, you know, all our bills are paid, everybody, and we'll just put a pause on new spending for a month. They could do that with the quickness, but they won't.
No, but they
don't give a shit. It's all about their lobbyists. It's all about the stuff that none of us will ever read in the budget. It's all the bullshit. It's all the kickbacks that are going to donors and everybody else. It's nothing about, you know, it's nothing about the headlines that you see. Oh, this side wants to cut this. This side wants to cut that. Well, look at the shit that both sides don't want to cut. And that's where we should be focused. But we don't. Oh, we're going to cut, you know, fuck the homeless, but we're going to add money to the military. And people cheer it on. America, let's go. Fuck Ukraine. Yeah. Send more fucking missiles. F-16s. Hell yeah. Why not?
Hold on a minute. Amazon looks like NVDA. NVIDIA just came off that bottom at 380. I think 380 and 114 are the exact, or 114.40. No, 114.70 here are the same spot. Look at the SPY pull back as hard as it did. It's still holding that initial inside the same way that we were wanting this to hold the inside of its candle down here. Yes, it's a big pullback. Yes, it might be a piece of news, but that's somebody going and creating a overly fast ripping candle. But look at everything else in the market right now. You have support that this is trying to hold out on Meta. You have the ability to go and look at Amazon, and it just held its 5 EMA and decided to rip. So Amazon could be exactly where the SPY was at the bottom, and it could be timed as to say that you might be right here. So watch for this to potentially just work off of its 5 EMA the same way that this did. If Amazon gets the break up to the top side, which would essentially be in the same kind of timing that NVIDIA's done it in its pattern, timing wise, this all works out to the where Amazon comes green, this continues to break out, and the SPY has the ability to get out of this little dugout that it just created. If the SPY, if the SQs go below 242, I'm grabbing some calls. You goddamn right. It has the ability, I think, to walk right into the 23s or something like that. But other than that, I agree with you. We have a cost basis on those metas of $63 or 63 cents. And I don't like that went and came down through this support level. However, the support level actually, the way that it is right now, is right here. That's the inside of that candle that it just held. It did go and fall through the overall break, but it literally just came down and grabbed more What this needs to do is now move through this pattern that it had originally and go to the upside. It doesn't, it can consolidate here, but I would rather to see Meta go and get green. But with the amount of volatility in movement, and you start to see Meta, you're starting to see green volume step in here with a bigger amount of red volume, and now you're seeing it coming back into this area. If it gives you a wick down to like 153 and hold, like I'm looking for this area, we're basically running ourselves right back into support of our 96. NVIDIA is looking strong. Amazon's looking like there's a decent chance that it holds that 5. So once again at the 5, $64 on the RSI, 80 or 58 on NVIDIA, holding support over that red candle at 1372. NVIDIA looks like it's going to continue and keep going. That means that Meta is looking like that support area that it was holding right over the red candle right over its green candle this morning. It's trying to hold that, which also just happens to be the 5 MA trend line that we were looking at, that is continuing to push stocks to the upside right now. However, Amazon's being a pain in the ass and probably creating this candle in the length of thing, or like in the area. Cut the shit, Meta. No. Leave it alone. Leave it. Go to your kennel. Come on, Spy. NVIDIA, bring it around town, baby. Let's go. Hold my fucking hand. Oh shit, is Tesla up there? Why the fuck am I watching Amazon then? Let's fucking go. Tesla's gonna move something. It's trying to get over its 200. NVIDIA is just cracked. This is too fucking easy sometimes, guys. Like, it really is. You find something that starts to look good for what you see happening in the market, and if you have some decent gains, you take your profit at 100% and let everything else, or you take your profit, 50% of that profit at a 100%, put your stop limits in, and continue to go and do whatever you need to at that point, and watch the runner. You don't have to worry about just getting a little bit at that point. You've already substantiated the full amount of money, or the full amount of risk that you were able to put into the market in the first place. Like, there was no there's no risk if everything is risk off after that. NVIDIA is going to try to come up. I'm concerned for for Meta right here unless we start running back up and NVIDIA just does not even try to hold or try to go touch this trend line. We need the market to go, because right now I'm decently green in my calls, but I don't necessarily feel like I said, this is the hard decision that I have to make right here, because this position is going to go very against me if we don't go green here. So I have to use everything else in the market to go and see if we're actually going to continue going higher. Then I have to make the decision is my position going to go and get there within time, because it's going to go and make a decision within the next probably 34 minutes if it's going to get there or not. So it's a very, very hard theta issue. And every tick one way or the other is basically costing anybody what, $150 a candle. NVIDIA is continuing though, and these calls are up at 37% instead of 25. So, but they are seeing that resistance that we were just good at. I still think we are good, but the fact that we dropped through that top bothers the fucking shit out of me. I need to see this go green and get to new highs, because if it doesn't and it struggles here, I'm going to try to exit the position as fast as I can, because I think it might go and pull back against us a little bit if we don't go and move to the top side. But I'm trying to be patient and allow the these candles are perfect. If you look at these candles on the 30-minute, these candles are just beautifully green and immediately work off each other. That is a beautiful three candles right there on Meta. I think we continue. I think we, in my feeling, my sentiment on the market, not financial advice, but my sentiment on the market right now is that Meta will go through and go green here, because of the fact that it just held through the drop right there on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA holds that breakout, then that could create green in the market by itself. Tesla is just trying to take a little break right now, but the fact that those are pulling back and we're holding support right there where we were trying to get that gap fill, I'm going to assume that Meta is essentially just bricked up right up against that price and saying no thanks. We're good right here, and we don't need to pull back while you guys are fucking around. We just use support on the SPY. You just hold my beer. And Meta right now is completely dormant right here at 253.50. It just broke through 253, went to 255. It goes through the 257 and goes to the north side. So that right there is just watching the other stocks in the market while Meta is doing what it's doing. Everything pulled back really hard. You watch NVIDIA, Tesla, and the SPY pull back right into that support. Now Meta's already moving forward while those other stocks are still now taking a breath and trying to come back towards the support line because they need help getting up. Meta doesn't need any Cialis today, baby. Apple tried to do a little pullback. That's what it was. Amazon looking like it's going to curl up and try to break 415, so be on the lookout for that. AMC is walking itself through 465 right now, and I'd wonder why. I will look at that when I get back to my desk. I'm looking at Meta. Amazon has AMC could potentially pull 465 right here is where we held the first time. This would be a W. Look at everything pulling back in the market and see how strong Meta is just holding that area of the new high. It's just saying no. It's saying no, I don't need to go and pull back like Tesla just did. I'm okay, thank you. SPY is just bouncing off the 200. But the 462 area is a decent deal on. And now Meta is trying to actually go and move through that 66. PayPal's tanking. Call you George? Is that what you're doing? That's kinky as shit, bro. Damn, grandma's got 2 million. Shit, that's crazy. There is a decent amount of volume on AMC's 5 calls this week that's starting to build. Google also went and tried to retouch 125. This is off a little bit. Let's go, Meta. So if we get rejected here, I'm concerned. But that position right there is up 56% instead of 25 just by holding it sentiment-wise. Our cost basis was 63. I need to see the market go and bounce here. Because of the fact that the SPY fact that the SPY is at support right here at the 315 and it's slowing down, give it the wick. 412.97, but I don't think it's going to get that. I think the fact that it stopped here and now it's holding this price, this is going to be the wick down. There's Tesla pulling back a little bit into VWAP hard. We broke right there up on Meta. That position hopefully will that's up 60 now. So the fact that we just went up, I want to see us continue and make moves off of this price, but we could wick down 250, 371. But I need us to continue through and break that 154.01, and then ultimately 154. But we're breaking to the upside of that ultimate channel, and we just used it as support. We need to break to the upside. We don't need to get stopped here. We're looking for 2 places. We need this break, and we need it to go. Here is another area where we have the where we have Amazon over this 5 indicator. NVIDIA is doing decently off that 50, and now we have AMD breaking up over its support and using it as support. Breaking over its resistance, using it as support, with the SPY having the ability and the timing to wick down. I didn't think you were going to get the wick. I thought this would be the wick down, which it kind of was. Halfway. Go, Meta. What I'm looking at now is Microsoft, like we were talking, that went. Microsoft moved, guys. We were calling this the breakout here. This is starting to go and get volatile again, and instead of just sitting there, this is starting to charge itself up on Meta. We tried to go break top. This is fear, but it goes wick perfect into the top of this green candle and doesn't take a cent more. That first initial bounce and pullback is this stock trying to go and say, no, we're not going to the upside, but this is buyers stepping in at support saying you're not going to go down. You're going to more than likely see this run with AMD. You see it right here on Microsoft as well, that same 5 movement, the same boxy, move away from it, come back in, move away from it, come back in. Then we had the drop through it and we moved right back off of it. We're doing the exact same shit. Now you should be seeing this to come off of that same 5 move. AMD is starting to move, and so timing wise, you're getting things to pick up where you need them to. Apple is now still holding green on the day using the support from the overall break this morning. Boom, bitches. Wilds is killing shit for Arctic Fox. If he's still in that position, that's gross.
Boy, Arctic.
Yeah, that's he was calling that out at $1, and that thing held support at 83 and started moving. He took the break over $1 at 103 probably. And that thing has moved 172. So now, if we were to go and have this move on the SPY where this was trying to peg like 413, and we were, let's say, here at the 253 and trying to come through, then we would need to use the support at like 253.26. But the fact that we're doing it with the ability to say we're holding over on support, that's looking beautiful. And the 5 indicator actually works for this one as well. We got boxy immediately. So the pattern of the day is this little like right angle that it tries to make, and then it holds and we move off of it, we create support and we keep going. SPY is kind of sitting here right at that support that we were using all morning to go and justify every other move in the market we were making. And that candle wanted to go and close under support for a 15-minute. This is going to be a VWAP touch and basically pulling people out of their positions early.
Get new lows on that SPY now. What do you say?
No.
Get close.
Microsoft Chief
So
says deep fakes.
if we do fall through, then go ahead.
Says deep fakes are the biggest AI concern. Team of scientists. I don't even know what the fuck that means. European stocks are steadily on. So there's absolutely no news. Oh, except for the. Oh shit! It's 11:40. The 4-week bill auction. I don't see anything coming out right now that would give any reason to do this. And we're holding right over these candles on Meta, which actually I do remember another stock having these. Still wick down. Spies getting picked up. Tell me that. I'm so confused. What the fuck was that for? Was this the little juke step or the little Euro step of the market? What the fuck? You guys are ass. Like, I'm a fucking Harlem Globetrotter, bitch. I don't think you know. I don't think you recognize. Okay? You can't give me the old okie dokie, bro. Isn't that what they called it back in your day?
Okie doke. Yeah, you don't fall for the okie doke.
Can't do it. We continue to hold this area, and it's bothering the fucking piss out of me, man. And we gap down on that one. WLDS. Just use the inside of that candle. You don't need to fall all the way through. Taiwan Semi's coming back, trying to get 4, or trying to get its 5 EMA, or 5 MA, excuse me. Microsoft trying to use support, but kind of came back into that a little bit using pre-market consolidation here. 123.49. And now Meta's starting to just piss me off. There's no reason. There's no reason. Go back up. VWAP retest real quick on the SPY with the ability to say we hold support right there at 112.71. What is the fucking problem? NVIDIA has surpassed 1 million option contracts traded today. Fuck me. See, that's the type of shit I don't like to see right there. Because that means one of two things. That means that NVIDIA is either put to call ratio wise way too fucking high. Let me see if I can find out what it is right now. Mullen's moving. Jesus Christ almighty. I'm kind of ashamed that I have this much data on Mullen. That's going to be top right there on Mullen if it doesn't break. It does have support at that consolidation, but that 88 cent mark is really, really rough. There you go, Meta. Go back hard. Mullen could actually stay strong there, possibly. It would have to go and move with like Neo and Xpeng when they come off the bottom. I don't know what they're doing, but Amazon's just being a piece of dog shit right now. AMC did hold that 64 or the 464. Microsoft trying to hold. Taiwan Semi trying to move back over its 5 EMA. Tesla using VWAP as a stand. Let's go bricks. Eat a dick, bro. Just because your currency is the least volatile currency in the world doesn't mean that you get to root against everybody else's. New highs, yep. I just had that one up here. What the fuck? Where'd it go? Oh, that got smacked. Oh, I don't know why the hell that keeps changing. I had a fucking doctor's appointment today, I think.
probably look into that doctor's appointment. Probably don't want to miss that. Or did you already miss it?
No, it's my fucking pot doctor too, and that could fuck shit up with my my other shit. So, yeah, I would look for what happens right here. Keep in mind, what was the news that was supposed to be coming out or something? Somebody was supposed to be talking or running their mouth that we were supposed to get some kind of data other than like something later today, correct? Oh, that Mexico's accumulated whatever the fuck I said earlier. They're the thing that's impactful on the market. They could go and if they are doing anything positive on that news or the news that it could that I don't know what the hell it is, so I can't go and I can't even go and speak on that, but I could definitely go and see if that market comes out the way that it would impact the overall market positively. We could go and see that being used as a continued catalyst to push through some of these areas. I'm going to go, I'm going to go, it's right down the street. We're going to go and see how Apple right here. We're going to continue watching Apple real quick. Meta's here. Bye. And let's get Tesla on the board.
Alright, yeah, I gotta go take care of a few things myself.
What?
So hit me up when you're done.
Yes, sir. I will.
Alright, fam, I'll talk to you all in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
I will go and I should be back here shortly. Keep your eyes out for what happens here. You're looking for. You have a lot of resistance in places, but you have a lot of help as well. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, I will be back here shortly, guys. If anybody needs anything from me, I will have my phone. Mexican radio. Oh, okay. All right, guys, be easy. I'll be back in a minute. Just little thing in and out. I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, I think I just saw that Meta is now apparently at 4% of the overall weight of the NASDAQ, so keep that in mind. What's going on, guys? Sorry for the interruption. We're back. I need to post to Twitter. Tesla is bouncing off of the 200. Alright, what's going on, Miss Jane Hammond? I went and just had to post to Twitter. I gotta be better about that. Apparently Carl Icahn, I think, is the big news mover right now. Wonder how long until gender reveal parties become offensive. Grumpy old man is asking some good questions here. Trying to say that we're getting rejected right now from the NQ. I think we're good. AT&T is apparently along right now. Gary Gensler is trending right now on Twitter. Where's Max Payne at, G? Or Max Powers, or whatever his name is. Like, I miss that guy. His cute ass needs to come back here. I haven't been able to talk to him lately, you know. For some reason, he just doesn't want to come around whenever GNS doesn't go to the fucking moon. What's GNS right now? Go SPY. Yes, bitch. Let's fucking run it. That guy. Yeah, he said I would lose all my money. I was pissed. That's fucking rude, man. I mean, whatever loss that I had today or had before today this year, I don't anymore. And I don't think I had a loss anyway. Other than like on a big portfolio for like market's gonna crash stupid. Yeah. I got into an argument with a guy who apparently has been in the market for 30 plus years or something like that earlier at the doctor's office. And he's sitting there telling me, he was like, I called out yesterday the market was going to be under 408 today. And I go, where the fuck is my phone at? Right. We're waking up on Tesla, guys. We're good on the SPY. We're good on Tesla. Looks like the NASDAQ just bounced nasty at 2 o'clock. Grimace, where you at, bro? In there like swimwear. Take your titties out. Let's go. Goodbye. Later. Fuck boy. Let's go. Suck my ass. Let's fucking go. Did something happen with the debt ceiling or something? Because right now, go Meta. Tesla's gonna go with it. Woo, woo. Yo, come holla at your boy. Yo, let it go. Those SPY 114s, those are up 150. I bought Teslas while I was out, by the way. I picked up Tesla calls, or 210 Tesla calls for next week. I also got a bunch of AMC 5 calls for next week. NASDAQ is looking nice. I have on those Tesla 420 really stupid ass YOLOs that I had. Those are up 137. SPY is continuing to move. NVDA wants to start moving. You're going to watch the SPY signal up and come back to support right here. SQ's spitting on girth. What do you grab? What do you get? What do you do? You didn't buy calls at 25, did you? I don't know what made me go in the Discord and type Remember 2 o'clock at 1:39 today, but I did. And I want to say that I thought that there was some big fucking thing at 2 o'clock today, and then it just doesn't. I don't know. I'm very confused right now. I'm very confused. Shares or doo-doo? Oh, he's got shares. Get 450 calls for tomorrow, if anything. Unless when's the market news come out tomorrow? I'll look for you real quick. NASDAQ jumped over 1% over the NASDAQ forecast, or the NVIDIA forecast. Microsoft is calling for the United States agency, for a new United States agency to regulate artificial intelligence and licensing. I think that's a good idea. JP Morgan culling First Republic Bank's personal credit lines. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What does culling mean? Culling. C-U-L-L. What? Culling. To pick up from others. To gather. So JP Morgan is gathering First Republic's personal lines of credit. Semiconductors. Meta, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're going the wrong way and you know you're doing it. Tesla's just going right into support. Amazon all of a sudden decides to start popping up. You might have found a bottom right there. Double bottom at 1436. Tomorrow. Yeah, we have CPC. We have core performance, consumption, expenditures. We have good trade balance, non-defense. We've got a bunch of shit tomorrow morning. But what we also have is, remember that Michigan consumer sentiment and shit like that, personal spending, wholesale inventories. I wanted to say that we had jobless or something like that. Or was that yesterday? Look at Tesla getting that candle bought up pretty fucking quick. That was this morning. Okay, I'm fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. What's up, Loki? How's everything? Randy Stogner may be taken up from other creditors. Removing. The way that it says is it says to gather. Culling is to gather. Meta, what are you doing? You better hold support. Don't fucking play with me. Snow decided to go and miss really big. Microsoft's president supports call for a new agency. Oh shit, I gotta grab my food. Hold on. Maybe, oh. Yeah, no, I'm confused with that one. Randy, I don't know why they would even use that word. Just say they need to buy their shit. Or like, hey, they need to go and purchase it or send other, like, I don't know. There's definitely a other better way to say that. So confused. We got that bottom of Palantir on 1250. When you call, I'll take your word for it. NVIDIA's at VWAP. Sorry, I'm not going to have you sit here and watch me eat. I hope buyers step in at the bottom right here of Amazon and everything else, but Tesla's looking good. It just needs a continuation here. I think the SPY is going to continue if you do that as well. If they called it, then they would be wanting repayment. Oh, That's so ass backwards. That doesn't make any sense. For like that's one of those little things where they try to fuck with you. Like if it's like a if you know kind of thing. I don't understand. Shit, sorry. I don't understand the reasoning for the difficult like the it's like somebody turned the level of difficulty on that word for just for the market. Just fucked up. Tesla's going to benefit from the lack of demand of BYD. Okay, that sounds good. I just want to fly. Leave it up, leave it up. Meta, come get that ass. Bring that ass here, son. Spy, you want a little bit more. You know you do, you dirty girl. Spank it, Randy. Tell the spy, get the hell on. No, that's really cool that we have the ability to ask you that kind of shit. And I have no idea. Or I guess I had no idea that that was even the case. But it's very odd how they always want to use terminology instead of just blatant, just easy idioms, I guess. I think that's the right word I was just trying to use. Not sure that it means exactly what I was trying to go for there. Come on, Meta. I don't know why. It seems like my yeah, that's really odd. Oh, look what I got. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got that. We got that 3 month one time for the one time. It's been a journey, man. Elon Musk says not to bet the farm on crypto or Doge. Appreciate you, good. Okay, Maka, you go now. Elon was wanting to go. He's wanting to go terraform the planet. We already came from there, though. Everything's just as shit there. Let's go, Tesla. I'm gonna start like making this like a fucking like a MLS soccer game or something. Damn, what? No. That's not a fucking slots all kind of set. What? Gee, you're just gonna walk off like that? All right, well, that's crazy. Well, if anything happens to Elon Musk, dude, look at GTA. Where were you Sunday night? By the way, I think we said that AMD was going to go and move over that 120, and it did. SCHW, really nice 38,000 block. Doge gave him the voodoo. I wouldn't doubt it, man. I think it's going to be a very interesting one to see if the SPY does get north. Tesla probed in Europe for a possible data breach. By the way, Amazon's trying to come to life over that 50. That might be what catches the market here. Where's Mara at? We picked up some Mara. Oh, cool. We got it for under $8 or under $9. I think it was like, yeah. What did we get those at? Shit, what did I get those at? I want to say I had these before. Oh, that's why I can't find them. Okay. I didn't actually enter the position. I was trying to fill them for 14. For some reason, it did not. But I was trying to fill the 14, the 9 calls for 14. But either way, that's a good move. What I was going to say is I would be kind of concerned if I was looking at it going into the 920, 951 area. Unless you see some huge move on what now? Palantir is going to 13. Tesla's pulling back, but the SPY seems like it's continuing to go. If we can just get, just get a little bit of movement and a couple of other things like Bitcoin. AMC is coming off of the bottom. See if we can go and break that 373. Amazon's trying to come back as well off that bottom, or the double bottom, And I believe that the SPY is an inverted head and shoulders. I think we're right about around the right fucking shoulder. I'm bricked up 30, son. But that fucking crypto, if that's a real crypto, no. Absolutely not. And you should feel very fucking concerned if you're in, like, think about having to try to say that to your parents or your boss, how you're going to transfer them money. I can understand, like, Hey, bro. Hey, can you throw me some Doge for dinner? Da 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 da. Whatever. Go ahead and put the other one in there. Amazon being over 115 right now is kind of getting me horned up, dude. Tesla going right back to support. I think that we just went and tried to go grab like a little bit of a. Oops, I'm making so much noise. I think that we're making like little liquidity grabs on pretty much everything right now. But I want to see the video hold. I actually like that Tesla's running to the downside. Market's pulling back I just purchased more Meta, and because I went closer to 55. Yeah, I went and Tesla's just trading and consolidating. NVDA came to the downside, but has a lot of support from the pre-market right here into like 370. But NVIDIA is still, I mean, obviously 26%. Yeah. Hoping I don't go and see VWAP right here at the 252 and end up seeing like a head and shoulders on Meta. I'm going to continue to. I think we used this. $151. We were good there. I don't understand what would be the pullback. What the pullback would be for, but I did get out of my 414s. Spies. I think we picked him up for. I was just about to look at that. We picked him up for 84. We were out at 120. Excuse me, 121. I'm Yeah. I want to kiss Garth Brooks quite literally right on the mouth. You're a cool drink of water, you know that, young man? Tesla is market's gonna try to go short. And I feel like if you go and are shorting, I feel like you're I don't know. I feel like you're able to go and set, like with this trend line that we've been looking at, that we've respected all morning. And you look at this, I genuinely think that if you go and short this and think that it's going to go off, you're going to make maybe a couple dollars. And by the time that you wake up in the morning, this thing might be several, maybe $1 or more one way or the other, but I would be I would assume that the fact that we not only pushed a really angry SPY off of the 413 area that far, we also broke day high. So it's like, if we can continue and keep a high of the day here, or excuse me, keep from making a low or a lower close to the day, I think that's halfway decent. Right now, you're seeing a bunch of calls on 413, 414, 415. There's even some to 417 coming in. I don't know if that is for the end of the day tomorrow or what the deal is. That meatball footlong was a bad idea? From fucking Subway, bro? No, you know what? Don't even fucking answer that question. Like, I swear to God, I'll look at you different. Please tell me you're not eating a footlong from a Texas fucking Subway. Oh my God. Oh, somebody come pick me up off the fucking floor. Holy shit. NASDAQ, you're starting to piss me off. I don't even want to watch you right now. Downside on Apple. Microsoft kind of caused this fucking problem. We needed to hold us up here. But we're going right back in on the SPY. Beautiful out, by the way. It's not always about where you buy, by the way. But that sell was perfect. Let's see if we go and hold this 1394, which is the original start of its break up here. My tits are jacked. Eat fucking fresh. There's no way you're eating oh God, that's so bad. If like if even if Katie was like being real fucking sweet and said, "Hey babe, I just stopped by Subway to get you something, da 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 da, whatever on my way home," right? I would still break up with her if she brought me a meatball sub. Like I think that's definitely relationship ending material right there. There's no way. Retesting these levels on Tesla VWAP. Let me get a market hallelujah candle one time for the one time. Do it for stay. It's so close to the office. It's either that or Chick-fil-A. Bro, do better for do better for yourself. Jesus, goddamn it, Girth. Like, treat yourself better. I'm not Italian. My bar for good meatballs is that's not even fucking meat though. What? Gee, hold on a minute. You look at me. You look at me. There's no fucking way you're gonna call that a meatball, and you're gonna say meatball. There's no way. There's absolutely no fucking way. You and I can be friends. Like I'd be, I'm gonna do a couple Hail Marys and Sammy Sosa's for you in a little bit. I'm really trying to jerk off with sandpaper right here. Bro, there's no way. GTA, tell him something. Like, there's no shot. Let's see if the spy wants to respect our name. What is your name? That fucking meme of those guys just sitting in the middle of the street, flipping each other off. Meta is trying to go and be the death of me, I think. Why the fuck did I just do that? Stupid. There's a little bounce on the SPY. Can we get it? Microsoft, do it for the one time. Is Amazon coming back? A little bit, still respecting. I feel like a bounce here would go and give Hey guys, does Tesla look Tesla looks like NVDA did prior to its move? I don't know. I'm trying to go. Trying to figure out what the hell. Trying to find the characteristic of what the hell just happened with NVIDIA decided to go and fall through its 200. Because I was initially looking at why Amazon was just sitting dormant. And it looks like we lose our 200. Yeah. I think that there's still a few more that just need to run all of a sudden. And I think it's going to be a lot of overnight kind of things. But Tesla is coming back up to the upside. Hopefully. Off of this bottom right here. 18, the 183.50 is a while ago. It was actually support on the way down, I believe, like the first time. So look for that to possibly hold that area. SPY kind of actually grab that 5 MA a little bit, maybe stay on top of that. That would be beautiful. Meta put in a little squatty ass candle. I keep looking over and I see fucking Girth. Fucking meatballs sub from Subway, man. There's no shot. Like, go to the strip club for lunch. Strip club usually has like prime rib and shit. Russia fucking related sanctions? President Biden said he won't agree to huge cuts on teachers, police, border patrol agents, or increase wait times for Social Security claims. What? Did fucking Weeble's news shut off? What the fuck? Good thing I don't eat at Chipotle. I fucking think Chipotle is disgusting. I absolutely hate Chipotle. Like, a bunch of people gave me shit for never eating it. I ate it once. It was vile.